Hello and welcome to a brand new Season 1, Episode 1 of a new podcast called the Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. Hi, I'm Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com. On this audio-only podcast series by means of a randomizer app, I randomly post a selection of video game history for the day. And today's date is January the 15th, 2026. Yes, it's a brand new year, folks. Brand new possibilities, fresh start for fresh beginnings and exciting new creative ideas. And before we begin our show, a little brief unscripted discussion about myself. My name is Jeremy. I have a website called VideoGamersOasis.com where basically I have a video game database of knowledge from the very earliest video game that was ever made to the latest video games. I have like alphabetical listings, also all the video game database of knowledge of the different types of consoles, PC, Mac, Linux even, the Commodore 64 computers, as well as the Atari, the modern day PlayStations, Xboxes, Nintendo consoles. I have a database of knowledge there, and I really enjoy video games, playing video games, but even more than video games, I enjoy video game history and trivia. So on this series that we've started, I have a very bizarre, creative idea that I'm going to attempt to do on random days, because I have a very busy schedule. But depending on my schedule and availability, I'll probably do it often. And what I do basically, as I explained earlier, is I will pick a day and look through Moby.com. By means of Moby.com, big thanks to that website. And I look up on this day in gaming history, and I go through the years, but not all of them at once. I put them in a randomizer. On my tablet app, I have a little bit of a randomizer, a Wheel of Fortune, and I've programmed it for all the different years for the day. And the randomizer will tell me what year of history we will discuss. So here we go. On this day in gaming history, today is January the 15th, 2026. This is a Wednesday. My apologies, it's not Wednesday. Yesterday was Wednesday. It is a Thursday. So we're starting on Thursday today, January 15th, 2026. And on this day in gaming history, according to MobyGames.com, I highly recommend you check out the website yourself. Big thanks to that website. We have 1979, 47 years ago. Next we have 1992, 34 years ago. After that we have 1993, 33 years ago. After that we have 1994, 32 years ago. After that, 1995, 31 years ago. 1996, 30 years ago. 1997, 29 years ago. 1998, 28 years ago. 1999, 27 years ago. 2000, year 2000, 26 years ago. Year 2001, A Space Odyssey. I can't stop thinking about that movie. 25 years ago. In the year 2002, 24 years ago. 2003, 23 years ago. 2004, 22 years ago. 2005, 21 years ago. 2007, 19 years ago. 2008, 18 years ago. 2009, 17 years ago. Next we have 2010, 16 years ago. 2011, 15 years ago. After that we have 2012, pivotal year, 14 years ago. Next we have 2013, 13 years ago. 2014, 12 years ago. 2015, 11 years ago. 2016, 10 years ago. 2017, 9 years ago. 2018, 8 years ago. 2019, that was 7 years ago. Then we have 2020, year 2020. Feels like yesterday. That was 6 years ago. And 2021, 5 years ago. 2022, 4 years ago. 2023, 3 years ago. 2024, 2 years ago. And finally, 2025. That was just last year. So I'm going to put in my data into the randomizer. Welcome back to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the show where we shuffle the decades, twist the timeline, and uncover forgotten games from gaming's past. I'm your host, Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com. Today's random jump takes us to the Game Boy Color era, a time when epic fantasy adventures were being squeezed into cartridges you could fit in your pocket. And today's stop, a game few players outside Japan ever encountered. Quest, Brian's Journey. Released in the late 1990s, Quest, Brian's Journey is a traditional role-playing game developed by Axio for the Game Boy Color. At a time when handheld RPGs were thriving, this title leaned heavily into familiar genre conventions. You play as Brian, a young adventurer pulled into a conflict threatening his world. The journey unfolds through classic RPG elements, turn-based battles, dungeon exploration, conversations with townsfolk, and gradual character growth. Visually, the game makes smart use of the Game Boy Color's limited palette, presenting colorful environments and clear, sprite-based characters. Nothing flashy, but functional, readable, and perfectly suited for long play sessions on the go. What makes Quest, Brian's Journey, interesting isn't innovation, it's preservation. It reflects a moment when developers were still delivering full-scale role-playing experiences on handheld hardware, even as gaming technology rapidly advanced. Because it never saw an international release, the game quietly faded into obscurity. But today, it stands as a reminder of how many stories, heroes, and adventures remained locked behind regional borders. And that's exactly why we dig through gaming's past, to discover the journeys that time almost erased. We're going to take a quick break and we'll continue on our journey through time for the year 2000. This day in history, we're going to learn about crime cities for the Windows computer in the year 2000. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Welcome back to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the podcast where we spin the dial, scramble the decades, and drop into unexpected moments from video game history. And I'm your host, Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com. Today's jump lands us in the year 2000, a time when PC developers were swinging for the fences with big ideas, ambitious hybrids, and sometimes risky experiments. One of those experiments was a game called Crime Cities. Developed by Techland, Crime Cities places you in a neon-lit cyberpunk future where towering megacities struggle to stay under control. You're not just the mayor, you're a city governor responsible for keeping crime down, infrastructure running, and powerful factions satisfied. But here's the twist. Instead of managing everything from a top-down view, Crime Cities lets you jump directly into the action. You could pilot futuristic vehicles through the city streets and skies, responding to crimes in real time while juggling budgets, policies, and public order. It's part city builder, part action game, and part political simulator. Visually, the game leans heavily into late 90s cyberpunk aesthetics, dark cityscapes, glowing lights, and industrial architecture. Ambitious for its time, but also demanding on hardware and patience. Upon release, Crime Cities received mixed reviews. Critics praised its ideas but pointed out technical problems, awkward controls, and a learning curve that could be unforgiving. Still, the game refused to play it safe, and that's what makes it memorable. In hindsight, Crime Cities feels like a prototype of ambition, a game reaching beyond its limits in search of something new. And for Techland, it was an early step on a long road toward becoming a major name in the industry. Not every leap lands cleanly, but every leap leaves a mark. I'm Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com, and this has been another segment of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll continue on our journey through the year 2000 with Thandor, a German game made in the year 2000. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Welcome back to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the podcast where we twist the timeline, shuffle the decades, and rediscover the game's history almost forgot. Today's jump takes us to Germany in the late 1990s, a hotbed for deep, complex PC strategy games, and the birthplace of today's featured title, Thandor, The Invasion. Released for Windows in 1999, Thandor, The Invasion is a real-time strategy game developed by Funatics Software, a German studio known for prioritizing depth over accessibility. The premise is grand. Entire planets are the battlefield. Players command futuristic factions fighting for dominance across planetary surfaces, managing resources, deploying units, and controlling key strategic zones, all while preparing for massive invasions. Unlike many RTS games, chasing speed and spectacle, Thandor demands patience and planning. Economic management, territorial control, and long-term strategy are just as important as battlefield tactics. This made the game rewarding for dedicated players, but intimidating for newcomers. Visually, Thandor reflects its era. Detailed but utilitarian, favoring clarity and scale over flashy effects. It's a design philosophy common in German PC games of the time, where complexity was a feature, not a flaw. While Thandor, The Invasion, never became a household name, it earned a loyal fan base, especially in Europe, and stands as a testament to a distinct regional approach to game design. In the history of strategy games, Thandor represents a moment when developers weren't afraid to ask players to slow down, think big, and plan ahead. That's today's stop in the Time Warp. We'll take a quick break and we'll continue on our journey through the year 2000 with the history of Mike Harrington and his peaceful separation from Gabe Newell at the Valve Corporation. We'll be right back. This has been the Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. I'm your host from Jeremy. I'm your host Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com. Don't go away. I'll be right back. Welcome back to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the podcast where we spin the dial, scramble the decades, and uncover the turning points that shaped video game history. And I'm your host Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com. Today's jump lands us at the dawn of the new millennium, the year 2000, and the early days of a company that would go on to redefine PC gaming, Valve Corporation. Valve was founded in 1996 by two former Microsoft employees, Gabe Newell and Mike Harrington. Their goal was simple but ambitious: build the kinds of games they wanted to play themselves. That ambition paid off in a big way with Half-Life in 1998. The game was a critical and commercial success, praised for its immersive storytelling and seamless gameplay. Almost overnight, Valve became one of the most respected names in PC gaming. And then, something unexpected happened. In the year 2000, co-founder Mike Harrington made a quiet decision. Rather than pushing for expansion or a larger corporate role, Harrington chose to step away from Valve entirely. There was no public fallout, no boardroom drama, just a peaceful dissolution of the partnership. Harrington effectively retired from the industry, taking an extended vacation from game development and leaving Valve in the hands of his co-founder. That decision made Gabe Newell the sole head of Valve, a shift that would shape the company's future in profound ways. Under Newell's leadership, Valve would go on to release Half-Life 2, pioneer digital distribution with Steam, and influence how PC games are made, sold, and played worldwide. But none of that erases Harrington's role. His early partnership helped build the foundation, and his calm exit allowed Valve to evolve without disruption. In an industry known for explosive breakups, Valve's leadership transition in 2000 stands out as something rare. A moment where walking away peacefully helped make history. That's today's stop in the time warp. Join us in just a few minutes. We're going to continue on our journey through the year 2000, and we're going to learn about Ace Combat for the PlayStation 1 in the year 2000. In just a few minutes, we'll take a quick break. Go away. Welcome back to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the podcast where we scramble the timeline, spin the dial, and rediscover the games that bent the rules of their era. Today's jump takes us to the year 2000, the PlayStation 1, and one of the boldest experiments in flight combat history, Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere. Developed by Namco in Japan, Ace Combat 3 launched players into the year 2040, a world where nations matter less than mega corporations. Artificial intelligence shapes reality, and the sky is the ultimate battlefield. This wasn't just another jet fighter game. Electrosphere introduced futuristic aircraft, digital warfare themes, and, at least in its original Japanese release, a complex branching narrative filled with conspiracies, shifting alliances, and multiple endings. Players didn't just fly missions, they made choices. Choices that determined who they fought for, what the truth really was, and how the story ended. However, when Ace Combat 3 reached international markets in 2000, much of that ambitious story content was removed. Western players received a streamlined version, focused on gameplay rather than narrative depth. Even so, the core experience remained impressive. Fast-paced aerial combat, sleek aircraft designs, and a haunting electronic soundtrack gave the game a tone unlike anything else on the PlayStation at the time. Visually and thematically, Electrosphere leaned hard into cyberpunk years before that aesthetic became mainstream again. Today, Ace Combat 3 is remembered as a cult classic. Fans often point to it as the franchise's most daring entry, a glimpse of what happens when a series takes a creative risk instead of playing it safe. In the timeline of video game history, Electrosphere stands as a reminder that sometimes the most ambitious ideas aren't fully appreciated until years later. That's today's stop in the time warp. We're going to take a quick break in our journey through the year 2000 with our final installment for today, for the year 2000 on January 15th, 2026. We're going to learn about the browser game Planetarium in the year 2000. We're right back. Don't go away. Welcome back to Video Game History, Time Warp Randomizer, the show where we spin the dial, scramble the decades, and land on the moments that quietly changed gaming forever. Today's jump takes us to the year 2000, before app stores, before social media, and before online games lived inside your pocket. This time, our destination isn't a console, it's your web browser. The game is called Planetarium. Planetarium was one of the earliest massively multiplayer online strategy games you could play entirely through a web browser. No downloads, no fancy graphics, just text, timers, and thousands of real players competing across a shared universe. Each player controlled a single planet, building structures, harvesting resources, researching technology, and assembling fleets. But success didn't come from strength alone. It came from alliances. Entire player-run organizations coordinated attacks, negotiated treaties, and planned wars that unfolded over days or even weeks. Miss your timing, and everything could collapse while you were offline. What made Planetarium special was its persistence. The universe never paused. The game kept running whether you were logged in or not. A radical idea for browsing gaming at the time. There were no flashy visuals to hide behind. Every victory, betrayal, and collapse was driven by human decisions and community dynamics. In many ways, Planetarium foreshadowed modern online gaming. MMOs, mobile strategy games, and social-driven competition all trace pieces of their DNA back to experiences like this. By the standards of Join us next time as we randomize the timeline once again and uncover another early experiment that helped define how we play online. And I'm Jeremy from Video Gamers Oasis. TubeBuddy.com. This is the Time Warp, the video game history Time Warp Randomizer, a brand new series I just started today, and started originally on Spotify. Big shout out to Spotify for creators for helping me design this podcast. Also available on YouTube. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel, Video Gamers Oasis on YouTube as well. Podcasts will be available there as well as some other social media websites in the future. Thanks for watching, and take care of each other and enjoy the history of video games in the future. We're going to keep learning about our various video games in history. On a random day, I'll spin the wheel and go back in time again for your enjoyment and education as well. Thanks for watching, and bye for now. Welcome back, time travelers, to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the podcast where gaming history refuses to stay in order. And I'm your host, Jeremy, from VideoGamersOasis.com. This is episode 2, and today the randomizer has gone completely off the rails. We're jumping from 1996 to 2008 for more content across Windows PCs, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, Nintendo DS, and even earlier digital storefronts. We have educational wildlife software, anime festival simulators, burning rubber in an open world paradise, tower defense monsters, and puzzle games tied to Saturday morning TV. Buckle up, because history is spinning now. Welcome back to episode 2 of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. And I'm your host, Jeremy, from VideoGamersOasis.com. Before we begin our second episode of our series, we have a brief quiz to review everything we learned from the previous episode. See if you were listening. And there'll be answers immediately after the question, but we're just going to test your knowledge or your memory from our previous episode to see how much you've learned from the previous episode. We'll get right back to the fun trivia right after this one. Now, for the first quiz, we have a number of questions based on episode 1. Question 1, Handheld History. First stop, Portable Adventures. Question, which game on last episode, episode 1, was released exclusively in Japan for the Game Boy Color and followed a young hero on a classic RPG? Time's up. Answer, Quest, Brian's Journey. Game Boy Color version, Japan. Proof that even pocket-sized cartridges could hold epic quests. Question number 2. European PC invasion. Next up, Window PCs and alien threats. Question, which German-developed Windows game featured a large-scale sci-fi combat and an invasion? Time's up. Answer: Thandor, The Invasion, Windows version, Germany. Because nothing says serious PC gaming like strategy, science fiction, and a mouse-clicking war effort. Question number 3. Industry time warp. Now let's jump behind the scenes of gaming history. Question: which major company moment involved Mike Harrington peacefully leaving his partnership with Gabe Newell, resulting in Newell becoming the sole Time's up. Answer: Valve Corporation. Mike Harrington departs. Gabe Newell takes full control. One vacation later, and the future of PC gaming is quietly rewritten. Question number 4. Crime and cyberspace. Back to the games. Which US released Windows game combined cyberpunk vibes, flying vehicles, and a gritty, futuristic Time's up. Crime Cities. Windows version, United States. A reminder that late 90s PCs loved neon skylines and ambitious ideas, even when the hardware struggled to keep up. Question number 5. The browser breakthrough. Now, this one changed how people played. No disk, no install. Question: which worldwide browser-based game let players compete and strategize entirely online? Time's up. Planetarion. Browser version, worldwide. Before social media took over the internet, browser games were already quietly conquering it. Question number 6. Jet fighters and philosophy. Final question. High speed, high stakes. Question: which PlayStation game, developed in France, pushed the Ace Combat series into deeper storytelling and experimental gameplay? Time's up. Answer: Ace Combat 3. Electrosphere. PlayStation version, France. Jets, politics, AI, and existential questions. Because why not? Now for a bonus question. Time Warp Master. Bonus round. No wrong answers here. Question. Which game or moment from today's episode felt most ahead of its time? And I'll let you answer either in the comments or to yourself. And that wraps up the Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer quiz for the episode 1 that we just listened to last episode. If you nailed every question, congratulations, you're officially a certified Time Warp historian. Now on to the rest of episode 2. Let's delve further into video game history. And we're back. Welcome back to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer with your host Jeremy, and we're going to randomize a few dates that were on this day. The date today is January 24th, 2026. On this day in gaming history, we have some years I'm going to ramble off from the mobygames.com website. Big shout out to that website. Check it out yourself. But we're going to randomly ramble off these years, and then we're going to randomize with our Wheel of Fortune to see which one it lands on. And just a little bit of an additional note, if one of the years mentioned on the Moby Games list is just one game, if it's a short game, we're going to probably roll the wheel a second time just for some more content for our podcast, so we won't leave you hungering for more. We'll give you a good feed. So let's check out these years on this day in gaming history, January 24th, 2026. In the year 1983, we have 43 years ago. 1984, 42 years ago. 1991, 35 years ago. 1992, 34 years ago. 1996, 30 years ago. Next we have 1997, 29 years ago. (2000), 26 years ago. Year 2002, 24 years ago. 2003, 23 years ago. 2004, 22 years ago. Now we have 2005, 21 years ago. 2006, 20 years ago. 2007, 19 years ago. 2008, 18 years ago. 2009, 17 years ago. 2010, 16 years ago. 2011, 15 years ago. 2012, 14 years ago. 2013, 13 years ago. 2014, 12 years ago. 2015, 11 years ago. 2016, 10 years ago. 2017, 9 years ago. 2018, 8 years ago. 2019, 7 years ago. 2020, 6 years ago. 2021, 5 years ago. 2022, 4 years ago. 2023, 3 years ago. 2024, 2 years ago. And finally, we have 2025, 1 year ago. So we'll compute all those different numbers for today, all those different years of video game history. We'll compute that into our video game history time warp randomizer computer database, and we'll process it and we will roll the wheel to see which game we'll land on, or which list of games for the years. All right, now it's time to spin the wheel and see which of these game years we're going to review for today. Spin that wheel, round and round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the wheel has stopped on the year 1996, 30 years ago. And the game that we're going to review is David Bellamy's Endangered Wildlife for the Windows 16-bit version. And that is really interesting, folks, but we're going to review one more year because that content is not enough to fill up an episode entertainingly. So we're going to run the wheel one more time just for a little bit of extra content and satisfaction for our viewers. So let's spin that wheel one more time. Round and round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the wheel stops just about. All right. The wheel has stopped. We have the year 2008, 18 years ago. And the list of games we're going to discuss today for the year 2008 is Lucky Star, Ryu Galician Orbasai, was released for the PlayStation 2. Burnout Paradise was released for the PlayStation 3. ESET DS was released for the Nintendo DS, if I can spit that out of my mouth. Excellent. Lucky Star, Ryu Galician Orbasai DX Pack was released for the PlayStation 2. Version Japan. I hope I pronounced that. I probably didn't pronounce it correctly. But anyways, moving on. Pixel Junk Monsters was released for the PSN, PlayStation 3 version, France. And the Jetix Puzzle was released, the PlayStation 2 version. That was for Australia and New Zealand. So let's delve into our time warp and see what more we can learn from these games in just a few minutes. For our first time warp stop, our number one game that we're going to discuss for this episode, in 1996, 30 years ago. In 1996, 30 years ago, David Bellamy's Endangered Wildlife. Windows 16-bit, United Kingdom. Our first stop takes us back to 1996, when Windows PCs were still juggling 16-bit architecture, and games didn't always mean explosions. David Bellamy's Endangered Wildlife was part of a unique era where educational software shared shelf space with Doom and Command & Conquer. Named after British naturalist David Bellamy, the game focused on environmental awareness, teaching players about endangered species, ecosystems, and conservation through interactive content rather than traditional gameplay. This wasn't a quote-unquote game in the modern sense. It was edutainment designed for schools and families at a time when CD-ROMs promised that computers could educate and entertain. In a decade obsessed with power and polygons, Endangered Wildlife quietly reminded players that technology could also be used to protect the real world. For our next time warp stop, number 2, we have 2008, 18 years ago. And the game we're going to discuss is Lucky Star, Ryu Gawen Otosai. I had to look this up on the internet just to pronounce it properly. Hope I didn't offend any Japanese people. But PlayStation 2 is the game system that it was on in Japan. Fast forward to 2008, and the tone shifts completely. If the 1990s were about teaching players, the late 2000s were about celebrating fandom. Lucky Star Ryu Gawen Otosai was based on the wildly popular anime Lucky Star, known for its slice-of-life humor, meta jokes, and deep otaku references. Rather than a traditional action game, this title played more like a festival simulation. Mini games, character interactions, and fan service designed specifically for existing fans. It's a perfect example of how Japanese game design in the 2000s embraced media crossovers, where anime wasn't just adapted into games. It became a playable extension of the fandom experience. And now for a bonus release of a similar video game, Lucky Star Ryu Gawen Otosai (DX Pack), PlayStation 2, Japan. Later that same year, Japan received the DX Pack, a deluxe edition aimed squarely at collectors. Extra goodies, bonus content, and premium packaging made it clear this wasn't just a game anymore. It was merchandise culture, and games were becoming lifestyle products. Our next time warp stop, number 3. Burn Rubber, No Rules. Burnout Paradise. PlayStation 3, France. Now let's hit the gas. Burnout Paradise marked a massive shift for the Burnout series. Gone were closed tracks, replaced with a fully open world known as Paradise City. Released on PlayStation 3, this game embraced seamless open world racing, online multiplayer integration, crashes as spectacle, not punishment, developed with strong European influence. Burnout Paradise captures the late 2000s obsession with freedom, speed, and connected gaming. This was racing without rules, and it helped redefine what arcade races could be in the HD era. For our next time warp stop, number 4. Puzzles in Your Pocket. ESET DS. Nintendo DS, Japan. While consoles chased high definition, the Nintendo DS proved that creativity mattered more than raw power. ESET DS brought stylish, minimalist puzzle design to a handheld audience. Players guided multiple characters through dangerous environments using touch controls, timing, and logic. Its clean visual style and clever mechanics made it a standout example of how portable gaming evolved beyond quick distractions into thoughtful, skill-based experiences. The DS wasn't just for kids. It was a playground for smart design. For our next time warp stop, number 5, Digital Dawn. The game is called Pixel Junk Monsters for the PlayStation Network, PlayStation 3, France. The next stop represents something huge. Pixel Junk Monsters launched digitally on PlayStation Network at a time when downloadable console games were still finding their footing. A tower defense game with charming visuals and deceptively deep strategy. It showed that small teams could succeed in consoles. Digital storefronts could host original ideas. And indie-style games had a place on big platforms. Pixel Junk Monsters helped pave the way for the indie boom that would soon reshape the industry. And for our final time warp stop, number 6, TV meets gaming. The game is called Jetix Puzzle Buzzle for the PlayStation 2, Australia, and New Zealand. Our final stop blends television and gaming. Jetix Puzzle Buzzle was tied to the Jetix brand, home of animated action shows for kids in the 2000s. Released on PlayStation 2 in Australia and New Zealand, the game leaned into accessible puzzle design, branding, and family-friendly appeal. It represents a moment when games were increasingly used to extend TV networks, keeping kids engaged across multiple platforms. And there you have it, from endangered wildlife on 16-bit Windows to anime festivals, open world racing, digital tower defense, and branded puzzle games. Episode 2 of our series proves one thing: video game history doesn't move in a straight line. It jumps, it collides, and it reinvents itself again and again. Join me next time as the randomizer spins once more and we see where history lands next. This has been Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, and I'm Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again on our random journey through video game history. Welcome back, time travelers, joystick jockeys, and pixel pioneers. You've tuned into Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the show where history has no save file, and the timeline is decided by a spinning wheel. I'm your host, Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com, and today's episode locked in as Episode 3, Season 1. Broadcasting straight out of the time stream on Monday, February the 2nd, 2026. In today's episode, we'll blast back to 1976 when games lived on mainframes and Astrona trusted ASCII graphics. We'll cruise into 1990, where arcade spectacle ruled and brand power went full throttle. And then, no parachute required, we jump to 2025 with experimental indies, early access ambition, and browser-based brilliance. But before we hit the time warp, we'll do a video game review. This will be quiz number 2, reviewing games from episode 2 in just a few minutes. Don't go away. Welcome back to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. I'm your host, Jeremy. It's quiz time. No Googling, no save states, just raw memory power. Let's rewind to episode 02 and see how much stuck with you. I'm a poet, I don't even know it. Question number 1. David Bellamy's Endangered Wildlife. Windows 16-bit, United Kingdom. Question, was this title best remembered as A, an arcade shooter, B, a wildlife educational experience, or C, a point-and-click horror game? Time's up. Answer B. A nature-focused educational title blending conservation awareness with early PC multimedia. On to question number 2. Lucky Star Ryu Gawan Otosai for the PlayStation 2, Japan. Question, this game was based on A, a light novel and anime series, B, a long-running manga only, or C, an original PS2 concept. Time's up. The answer is A. A festival-themed fan game built around the Lucky Star anime phenomenon. Moving on to question number 3. Burnout Paradise for the PlayStation 3, made in France. Question, true or false? This game abandoned traditional menus for an open world structure. Time's up. The answer is true. One massive city, instant restarts, and chaos on demand. Moving on to question number 4. Exit DS for the Nintendo DS from Japan. Question, this game we're talking about, focused on A, combat, B, racing, or C, puzzle-based escape scenarios. Time's up. The answer is C. Stylish, minimalist puzzles using the DS touchscreen in clever ways. Moving on to question number 5. Pixel Junk Monsters for the PlayStation Network, PS3, France. Now, question is, this title is best described as A, a rhythm game, B, a tower defense game, or C, a platformer. Time's up. The answer is B, with tiki masks, tribal drums, and deceptively deep strategy. Moving on to our final question in our quiz, we have question number 6. The game is called Jetix Puzzle Buzzle for the PlayStation 2, made in Australia and New Zealand. Question: this game was tied to which brand? Time's up. The answer is Jetix, a puzzle title aimed squarely at younger fans of the TV network. Quiz complete. Score yourself honestly. History is watching. Now we'll take a quick break and we'll move on to the video game history years we're going to discuss for Monday, February the 2nd, 2026 in just a few minutes. Don't go away. You're listening to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, and I'm your host, Jeremy. It's Monday, February the 2nd, 2026. Now, let's load today's video game history calendar for this day of Monday, February the 2nd, 2026. Here are the years entering the randomizer. We have 1976, 1978, 1984, 1990, 1993, 1996, 1999, 2000, 2001, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. That's nearly half a century of video game evolution. We're going to tap in these numbers into the randomizer and compute them into our randomizer wheel in just a few seconds, so don't go away. You're listening to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer with your host, Jeremy. Now it's time to spin the wheel. Round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. Result, we have 1990, 36 years ago. 1990 locks in with the game Cadillac, released in Japan, 1990. It was an NES game, arcade spectacle, licensed branding, and unmistakable early 90s confidence. Here's some supplemental information I found on Google to help you out. The game Cadillac for the NES, Japan, refers to the puzzle game released exclusively for the Famicom, brackets the Japanese version of the NES, on February the 2nd, 1990 by Hector Playing Interface. It was never released in North America under the Cadillac name. And it, of course, there's a little extra information. The game was available on the Famicom only. February the 2nd, 1990. Developer and publisher was Hector Playing Interface, brackets HECT, H-E-C-T. Genre, falling block puzzle / card game. Now, for the gameplay, the game is a unique falling block puzzle game where players drop standard playing cards into a 5x5 grid. The goal is to clear cards by forming parts of traditional poker hands with the grid. Larger and more difficult poker hands grant more points.
It is notable for its level-based structure, where each level uses a full 52 card deck and for allowing players to swap between 4 available cards before dropping them. The game has a casino theme, complete with quote-unquote bunny girls in its menu. Alright, that was very interesting learning about Cadillac from Japan. But that's not enough for our show, so let's spin a second time. Let's spin again. Round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the wheel stops at 1976, 50 years ago. Deep history unlocked. We have 3-dimensional tic-tac-toe for Wang 2200, United States, and Lunar Lander, Altair 8800, United States. This is gaming before controllers, before graphics, before rules were standardized. And I've looked up some supplemental information. In 1976, Eugene Mahalko, that's Mahalko, pardon me if I didn't pronounce that correctly, demonstrated that 3D tic-tac-toe, brackets 4 by 4 by 4, is a quote-unquote weakly solved game, proving that the first player has a guaranteed win with optimal play. While often played on physical boards, brackets like cubic, this period saw early computer implementations, including on machines like the Wang 2200, which featured basic programming capabilities to handle the 64-cell 3D coordinate system. Context: 3D tic-tac-toe often involves a 4 by 4 by 4 grid, which is more complex than 3 by 3 by 3 versions, and it was popular in the 1970s as both a board game and a computer game. 1976 development. Eugene Mahalko proved in 1976 that in 2-person 3D tic-tac-toe, the first player has a winning strategy. Wang 2200 implementation. The Wang 2200, a popular mini-computer in the US during the mid-1970s, was capable of running such games in BASIC, utilizing its display and user input capabilities to represent the 3-dimensional 64-position grid. Gameplay. The game involves forming a line of 4, not 3, across stacked, transparent boards. Other similar 3D games from that era included Cubic by Parker Brothers, 1968. And I encourage you to do some more research on this game, 3D Tic-Tac-Toe. If you're not satisfied with the in-depth research I did, I encourage you to do your own personal research. Absolutely. So there you go. That was 3D Tic-Tac-Toe. So here's some extra supplementary information I researched for the Lunar Lander Altair 8800, United States. Lunar Lander for the Altair 8800 in 1976 was a popular text-based simulation game, often run using Altair Basic, which was developed by Bill Gates and Paul Allen. It challenged players to land a module on the moon by managing fuel, descent rate, and altitude through console inputs. Platform. The Altair 8800, brackets introduced in 1974, was a 1970s microcomputer based on the Intel 8080 CPU. Game origin. The game was based on earlier mainframe games, often referred to as LEM, or Lunar Landing Game, adapted for early personal computing. Significance. It was a key example of the early software developed for the pioneering Altair kit. The game required users to input commands to manage descent with the primary goal of achieving a safe landing speed. Let's do one more spin. Round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the result is 2025, 1 year ago. So we're going to explore the modern frontier with games like Psionic Sentry, Infinite, Early Access, Steam for the Windows. The Dawning Letters, Sunrise for Steam Macintosh. Desquarium for Steam, Windows. SP Incorporated, itch.io browser. And Oplero, OPLERO for itch.io Windows. Experimental, indie-driven, and wildly diverse. So let's deep dive in each of these 2025 games for this day, starting with Psionic Sentry, Infinite. Now this is a real game developed by Roy and Howling Rain that was released into early access on Steam for Windows PC on February the 2nd, 2025. Here's some game information. Genre: action, adventure, indie, RPG, early access. Platforms include Windows PC via Steam. The developers are, of course, Roy, brackets, Howling Rain. Publishers, brackets, Howling Rain. Now the gameplay includes, it is a single-player, third-person action rogue-like game that combines shooting with a refreshing counterattack system that is central to the gameplay, allowing players to use a bow that transforms into a scythe for deflecting attacks. The game focuses on observing enemy weaknesses and using random skills to create unique experiences. Early access status. The early access version as of early 2025 included 3 replayable levels with 11 boss battles. Next on our list of deep dives for the year of 2025, we have Dawning Letters, Sunrise, Steam for the Macintosh. The Dawning Letters Sunrise is a romance visual novel that was released on Steam for both PC, brackets Microsoft Windows, and Mac on February the 1st, 2025. Here's some game information. Genre: the game is a romance visual novel with choices guiding the story, falling under both RPG and visual novel categories, according to IGDB.com. Story: set in the Republican era of China. The narrative follows Lu Yanhe, a daughter of a declining royal family who runs away from home to Tianjin to escape an arranged marriage. The story emphasizes the depiction of human emotions from a cultural and historical perspective, incorporating elements from real life stories of people in Tianjin during that time. Length and endings. The gameplay lasts approximately 6 to 8 hours and features about 28,000 words of text, 48 CGs, 3 main routes, and 11 possible endings, brackets including 2 game over endings. Platform: it is available on both Windows and Mac. Reception: The game has a very positive reception on Steam, with 96% of 156 user reviews being positive. Next on our list of deep dives for 2025 for this day, the game Desquarium. Available for Steam starting on Windows for the 2025. Having been released on February the 2nd, 2025, it is a casual simulation game where you can customize and manage a 2D aquascape that lives on your desktop background. Availability and purchase. The game is available for purchase and download directly through the Steam platform. The only supported platform is Windows. System requirements. According to the official Steam store page, the game has minimal system requirements. Operating system, Windows 10. 64-bit, brackets minimum and recommended. Processor, brackets minimum. Intel Core i3-5200U, brackets 3M cache, up to 2.2 gigahertz, 2 cores. Processor recommended Intel Core i3-10105, 3.7 gigahertz up to 4.4 gigahertz. Memory, 4 gigabytes of RAM, brackets minimum and recommended. Graphics, brackets minimum. NVIDIA GeForce GT 930M-2 GB. Graphics recommended GeForce G2. GeForce GT 1030 2 gigabytes DDR5. DirectX version 11. Storage, 200 megabytes of available space. Now the features include Desquarium allows for a high degree of customization to features. Desquarium allows for a high degree of customization to create your desired aquascape. Aquariums. Multiple aquariums are available. Fish. Many types of fish with various colors and shapes. Plants and decor. A variety of plants, rocks, gravel, and trunks can be used to build your aquascape. Equipment. Features include different types of water pumps for filtration and CO2 diffusers. Desktop integration. The game runs on your desktop background with elements like fish swimming and plants swaying as you use your computer. Next in our list of deep dives for 2025, we have SP Incorporated.itch.io browser game in 2025. SP Inc. is a browser-based action game released on itch.io on February 11th, 2025. Developed by KG Prods, Ped Rim, and Poly. It was created for the Boss Rush Jam 2025, which followed the theme Spin. Gameplay and mechanics. Genre action / boss rush. Key objective: defeat a series of bosses, including a specific encounter where players must destroy 4 sentinels to drop a boss's shield. Platform optimized for browser play via HTML5, though performance can vary by device. How to play? You can access and play the game directly on its official project page. spinc.on itch.io brackets KG Prods. related 2025 quote-unquote spin jam titles. Several other games were submitted to the same jam with similar spin mechanics. Spinborn, a stamina management game about spinning like a saw to defeat bosses. Spin Russ, a modern take on the arcade classic Gyrush. And SP Infinity, a submission exploring the spinning theme with unique boss fights. So look into this game. It's very unusual, but definitely interesting. And finally, last in our list of deep dive games for 2025 on this day, we have Oplero itch.io for the Windows 2025 PC. Oplero is an indie bullet hell shoot 'em up released on itch.io by developers Sir Milkman, Sarn, and SQUP. Release and availability: Windows version. The game was officially released on Windows on February the 2nd, 2025. Web version. It is also available as an HTML5 browser game. Technical note: while the game is fully playable on the web, developers recommend the desktop (Windows) version for the best performance and to avoid audio loading issues found in the HTML build. Game overview: Oplero, Oplero, was originally created in just 1 month for the Boss Rush Jam 2025. Gameplay: players control a ship soaring through 4 worlds to defeat fearsome bosses. Features: 4 stages with elaborate boss fights, tight bullet patterns, and charming pixel art graphics. Original soundtrack and 12 unlockable achievements. Controls: arrow keys, move; Z, shoot; X, focus; and the spacebar, spin. That is the list of 2025 games for this day. From ASCII astronauts to early access sentinels, from mainframes to browser tabs, video game history isn't a straight line. It's a spiral. And next time, we spin it again. Thanks for listening to Video Game History, Time Warp Randomizer. I'm Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com. Thanks for listening to my podcasts. Until next time, keep playing, keep remembering, and never trust the timeline. Till next time, bye for now. Welcome back, everyone, to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the show where we spin the wheel of time and land on a random year in video game history. In today's episode, we'll be taking a look at a chaotic PS2 action release, State of Emergency. A couple of rare, oddball indie games, Hank, Quest, Victim of Society, and Dark Woods. And a notable 2002 studio acquisition involving Termite Games and Project 3 Interactive. But before we jump into today's Time Warp destination, it's quiz time, right after this brief break.
10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Alright, we're back, and we're going to do a video game quiz from our previous episode that we did, episode 3, season 1 of this series. Video game quiz number 3. Alright, listeners, let's test your memory from the previous episode. Today's trivia quiz covers a wild mix of platforms from 1970s microcomputers to 2025 indie releases. We've got 8 games spanning nearly 50 years of video game history. Let's begin. Question number 1. Classic roots. Cadillac for the Famicom, 1990 Japan. Question. On which Nintendo home console was Cadillac released in Japan in 1990? A. Super Famicom. B. Famicom. C. Nintendo 64. Or D. Game Boy. Answer, the Famicom. B. Next question. 3-dimensional tic-tac-toe. Wang 2200, 1976, United States. Question. 3-dimensional tic-tac-toe was developed for which type of system? A. Arcade cabinet. B. Early home console. C. Microcomputer system. Or D. Handheld electronic device. Time's up. The answer is C. Microcomputer system. Our next question, question number 3. For the Lunar Lander, Altair 8800, 1976, United States. Question. The 1976 version of Lunar Lander for the Altair 8800 is best described as A. A cartridge-based console game. B. A text/command-driven early computer game. C. A CD-ROM educational simulation. Or D. A handheld LED game. Time's up. The answer is B. Text/command-driven early computer game. Now we're moving on to our 4th question. This is our second round, but we'll just count the questions here. For the Psionic Century, Infinite. This is the modern indie era in 2025. Early access Steam, Windows 2025. Question. What does quote-unquote early access typically allow players to do? A. Play a fully completed game early. B. Access exclusive DLC only. C. Play and give feedback during development. Or D. Unlock retro mode. Time's up. The answer is C. Play and give feedback during development. Next question, question number 5 for the Dawning Letters, Sunrise. This is for the Steam Macintosh in 2025. This game was released for which operating system? A. Linux. B. Windows. C. Macintosh. Or D. DOS. Time's up. The answer is C, the Macintosh. Next question we have for the game Desquarium for Steam, Windows 2025. Question: based on its title, Desquarium most likely simulates A, office management, B, virtual aquarium, C, a typing challenge, or D, a puzzle grid. Time's up. The answer is B, a virtual aquarium. Next we have the discussion on the game SP Incorporated, itch.io. It was a browser game for 2025. Now the question is, a browser-based game primarily runs A, only on dedicated gaming consoles, B, inside a web browser, C, from a floppy disk, or D, on a handheld cartridge. Time's up. The answer is B, inside a web browser. And we have question number 8, the last list of games we're going to discuss with the questions. Aplero, itch.io for the Windows 2025. And the question is, itch.io is best known as A, a retro console manufacturer, B, a cloud streaming service, C, a digital distribution platform for indie games, or D, a PC hardware company. Time's up. The answer is C, a digital distribution platform for indie games. How many did you get correct? If you aced all 7, in this case 8, if you aced all 8 questions, you officially earn 10 Retro Gamer Intelligence points. Redeemable nowhere, but still very prestigious. Now we have a bonus lightning round. These are optional questions. Which decade had the biggest technological leap represented in today's quiz? Which platform is the most obscure, Wang 2200 or Altair 8800? Would you rather program Lunar Lander in 1976 or release an indie game in 2025? Leave your answers in the comments section below. Now we'll take a quick break and we'll move on to our video game history years for Friday, February 13th, 2026 in just a few short seconds. Right back. All right, we're back with the video game history years we're going to review for Friday, February 13th, 2026. Now it's time to load our historical years into the randomizer. Here are today's selectable years for Friday, February the 13th, 2026. 1976, 50 years ago. 1988, 38 years ago. 1994, 32 years ago. 1995, 31 years ago. 1996, 30 years ago. 1998, 28 years ago. 1999, 27 years ago. 2001, 25 years ago. 2002, 24 years ago. 2003, 23 years ago. 2004, 22 years ago. 2006, 20 years ago. 2007, 19 years ago. 2008, 18 years ago. 2009, 17 years ago. 2010, 16 years ago. 2010, 15 years ago. 2011, 15 years ago. 2012, 14 years ago. 2013, 13 years ago. 2014, 12 years ago. 2015, 11 years ago. 2016, 10 years ago. 2017, 9 years ago. 2018, 8 years ago. 2019, 7 years ago. 2020, 6 years ago. 2021, 5 years ago. 2022, 4 years ago. 2023, 3 years ago. 2024, 2 years ago. And 2025, 1 year ago. Woo! Got catch my breath there. Now we're going to compute all these numbers into the randomizer wheel, and we're going to compute the years into the randomizer, and we will see which number, what year we land on. Hopefully it should be just one this time, not a number of different years like that we had in previous episodes. So right after a brief break. All right, we're back, and we've computed all our different years for this day of gaming history into the randomizer. Now it's time to spin the wheel. Round and round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the time warp stops on 2002. All right, we're about to jump back to 24 years right after this brief break. All right, we're back with some more video game history for Friday, February 13th, the year 2002. Let's travel to the year 2002, a time when flip phones ruled. Broadband was still a luxury, and the PlayStation 2 was dominating living rooms worldwide. Here's what was happening in video game history on this day. Bohemia Interactive was renamed to Senega Czech, SRO. Corporate shifts like these shaped the European PC publishing landscape in the early 2000s, particularly in simulation and tactical game markets. PC releases, brackets DOS scene still alive. Even in 2002, DOS-based releases were still appearing in niche markets. We have Hank's Quest, Victim of Society, the DOS version worldwide. A little bit of extra research on Hank's Quest, Victim of Society. Hank's Quest, Victim of Society is a freeware fan-created graphic adventure game for MS-DOS that was released in 2002, and it has been made available worldwide for download. Here are the game details. Developer/publisher. The game was developed and published by Fimo Duo Entertainment. Release year, it was released in 2002. Platform, the game was created for the MS-DOS platform and runs using Sierra's Adventure Game Interpreter, brackets AGI, engine. It is also listed as being available for Atari ST systems. Genre is a traditional graphic adventure game with a comedy theme. Gameplay. Input is done entirely through text commands, and the game uses a point system, similar to early Sierra games. Availability. The game is available as freeware and can be found in various online game archives. Localization. The game is available in English and Dutch, brackets, as Hank's Quest, Slachoffer van het Gebeuren. Slachttoffer. Van is VAN, HET, and GEBEUREN. That's the spelling of the Dutch version, and I apologize to my Dutch listeners if I did not pronounce that correctly. Alright, so we're going to discuss the next DOS game that was released in 2002, Dark Woods. It's a download release to DOS worldwide. Now here's some supplementary information about Dark Woods. In 2002, two distinct games with the title Dark Woods, or including it, were released for the DOS platform. You can find information and downloads for them on various abandonware and archive sites. Now Dark Woods 2002 is a strategy and puzzle game developed by Lachi Dazdarian, L-A-C-H-I-E, last name is spelled D-A-Z-D-A-R-I-A-N. Pardon me if I didn't pronounce that correctly. It was released as freeware and features a 2D graphical style. Dark Woods 2, 2002, is an adventure and puzzle game developed by Jock the Beast, J-O-C-K with an E. It was released on February 17th, 2002, and is currently available for play on download via the Internet Archive. Note on modern Dark Wood. The popular 2017 survival horror game Dark Wood by Acid Wizard Studio is unrelated to these two 2002 DOS titles. These two games are proof. The games we were talking about was Hank's Quest, Victim of Society, and Dark Woods, both DOS games. They're proof that even as Windows XP was gaining momentum, the DOS spirit refused to fade quietly into the night. And we have one more video game that was made in 2002 that we want to highlight. It was on the console system PlayStation 2, United States. The game is called State of Emergency. Now, this game is a chaotic, riot-fueled action game known for its over-the-top gameplay and controversy. It captured the early 2000s appetite for edgy, sandbox-style urban mayhem, right in the era when open-world experimentation was heating up. (2002) in gaming perspective. 2002 was a fascinating transition year. The PS2 was at full power. Xbox and GameCube were fresh competitors. PC gaming was evolving rapidly, and indie gaming wasn't even called indie yet. Meanwhile, today, in 2026, we were discussing browser-based indie experiments and early access titles alongside retro DOS games from 2 decades ago. Time warp, indeed. Well, that's all the time we have for this episode of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. I hope you enjoyed our selection of games and industry moments from 2002. What game history selection did you find most interesting? Was it the corporate shake-ups, the PS2 chaos, or the persistent DOS releases? Leave your comments below, and make sure to like and subscribe to the podcast to be notified of future episodes. And remember, it's Friday the 13th, so if your save file mysteriously corrupts, or your controller battery dies at the final boss, it's not bad luck. It's just the time warp randomizer demanding tribute. I want to add, in Minecraft. Thanks so much for listening, and we'll see you next time. Bye for now. I'm Jeremy from VideoGamersOasis.com. and you've been listening to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. Welcome back, everyone, to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the show where we spin the wheel of time and land on a random year in video game history. I'm your host, Jeremy from Video Gamers Oasis, and today we're dialing the clock back 2 years to explore 2024, a year filled with indie creativity, VR experimentation, remasters, strategy revivals, cozy sims, arcade throwbacks, and some truly unexpected releases. In today's episode, we'll be looking at Nyanvi, Airy Stone Age, Cove Chrome, Turlock Holmes, Demonio, Garden Life, Solleium Infernum, School Girlfriend, 502's Arcade, Game Center CX, Areno no Chuju 1+2 Replay, Lunaria Virtualized Moonchild, Pacific Drive and Pacific Drive Deluxe Edition, Stranger Things VR, Yohane the Parlion, Numazu in the Mirage, Shin Chan, Shiro and the Coal Town, and many more from this packed February release window. But before we jump into today's Time Warp destination, it's quiz time.
10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Video quiz number 4. All right, listeners, let's test your memory from episode 4, our previous episode last week. Trivia Challenge segment, 2002 edition. Question number 1. Which Dutch publishing company expanded its European presence in 2002 by acquiring Swedish studio Termite Games? Time's up. The answer is Project 3 Interactive BV. Question number 2. What was the new name adopted by Bohemia Interactive in 2002? Time's up. The answer is Seneca Czech. S.R.O. Question number 3. Which 2002 title was released for MS-DOS worldwide and featured a satirical narrative theme? Time's up. The answer is Hank's Quest, Victim of Society. Question number 4. Which downloadable DOS horror-themed release from 2002 involved a very shady forest? The answer was Dark Woods, 2002 DOS download release. Question number 5. Which controversial 2002 action game launched on PlayStation 2 in the United States featured large-scale riot scenarios? Time's up. The answer is State of Emergency for the PlayStation 2, United States. Bonus lightning round. What market segment did Project 3 Interactive strengthen through its acquisition? Time's up. The answer is European PC publishing, particularly simulation and tactical games. And finally, next question for the lightning round. Which era saw significant restructuring in European PC publishing? Time's up. The answer is the early 2000s. How many did you get correct? Let us know in the comments. Video game history years. The date of this podcast episode is Sunday, February the 22nd, 2026. Here are today's selectable years loaded into the randomizer. 1991, 35 years ago. 1995, 31 years ago. 1998, 28 years ago. 1991, 27 years ago. 2001, 25 years ago. 2002, 24 years ago. 2005, 21 years ago. 2006, 20 years ago. 2007, 19 years ago. 2008, 18 years ago. 2010, 16 years ago. 2011, 15 years ago. 2012, 14 years ago. 2013, 13 years ago. 2014, 12 years ago. 2015, 11 years ago. 2016, 10 years ago. 2017, 9 years ago. 2018, 8 years ago. 2019, 7 years ago. 2020, 6 years ago. 2021, 5 years ago. 2022, 4 years ago. 2023, 3 years ago. 2024, 2 years ago. And 2025, 1 year ago. Now it's time to compute the years into the randomizer.
10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0.
And spin the wheel. Round and round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the time warp stops on 2024, 2 years ago. We're about to jump back 2 years, right after this brief break. We're back. Welcome to the year 2024, a period marked by a strong indie presence across itch.io and Steam, growing VR experimentation on Meta Quest, strategy game revivals, cozy simulation trends, Japanese franchise nostalgia, and expanded digital storefront dominance. Industry news. Early 2024 snapshot. Early 2024 saw continued consolidation across mid-tier publishers, strong indie launches via itch.io and Steam Early Access, VR content diversification beyond horror into exploration and social experiences, Deluxe editions becoming common post-launch monetization strategies, Nintendo Switch maintaining strong third-party digital support, and cross-platform digital launches becoming standard practice. Now, let's dive into the releases. Featured games of February 2024. First game we have on our list is Nyanvi. That's spelled Nyaaaanvy for the Nintendo Switch worldwide. A physics-based multiplayer action game centered around elastic, cat-like characters battling in zero-gravity arenas. Fast, chaotic, and clearly designed for local party play. It reflected the enduring popularity of physics-driven indie chaos. Next on our list of games, we have Aery, A-E-R-Y, Stone Age. Aery Stone Age for the Nintendo Switch multi-region. Part of the tranquil Aery Flight Exploration series, this entry transported players to prehistoric landscapes. No combat, just peaceful exploration, collectible gathering, and relaxing music. A perfect example of the cozy gaming wave. Next, we have Cove Chrome for the itch.io browser. A stylized, experimental browser game demonstrating how lightweight, web-based releases continued thriving in indie communities. Next on our list of 2024 games, we have Turlock Holmes for the Steam Mac. A comedic detective adventure blending parody and puzzle solving. Indie developers continued embracing narrative-driven mystery design on niche platforms like Mac OS. Next, we have Demonio, itch.io Windows. An experimental indie horror release emphasizing atmosphere over spectacle, reflecting the continued strength of micro-budget horror on itch.io. Next game on our list, we have Garden Life for the Xbox One worldwide. A relaxing gardening simulation focusing on plant cultivation, customization, and calm pacing, further cementing cozy simulation as a dominant genre trend in 2024. Next game on our list, we have Solleium Infernum for the Steam on the Windows PC. A revival of the cult classic political strategy game set in hell. Deep diplomacy, turn-based scheming, and long-form strategic planning appeal to hardcore strategy fans. Game Center CX Arino no Chuzan Ju 1+2 Replay for the Nintendo Switch Japan. A nostalgic compilation based on the long-running Japanese TV series where comedian Shinya Arino attempts to clear retro games, a celebration of retro gaming culture itself. Pacific Drive for the Steam Windows PC computer. A survival driving game set in a surreal exclusion zone, combining roguelite mechanics with vehicle customization and atmospheric storytelling. It became one of the most talked about indie survival titles of 2024. Pacific Drive, Deluxe Edition for the Epic Games Store on Windows. Expanded cosmetic and bonus content release reflecting the era's post-launch deluxe packaging strategy. Next on our list, we have Stranger Things VR for the Meta Quest, a virtual reality expansion of the Netflix franchise, placing players inside the Upside Down. This highlighted IP-driven VR experimentation in mainstream entertainment. Next on our list, we have Yohane the Parhelion, Nomazu in the Mirage for the PlayStation 5 US. A fantasy spin-off set within the Love, Live! Universe, blending deck-building mechanics with RPG progression. Next we have Shin-Chan, Shiro and the Coal Town for the Nintendo Switch, Japan. A charming narrative adventure based on the long-running anime series, focusing on story-driven exploration. Next on our list, we have SCP, The Expedition, Steam Early Access, Windows. A cooperative horror survival experience inspired by the SCP Foundation universe. Another example of community-driven horror ecosystems thriving on Steam. Next on our list, we have NoClip VR for the Meta Quest. An immersive, backrooms-inspired VR exploration experience reflecting internet horror culture, transitioning into full VR spaces. Next on our list, we have Soko Bond Express, itch.io for the Linux. A clever, chemistry-themed puzzle game emphasizing logic and minimalist design. Indie puzzle creativity remains strong. For hentai girls, Sweet Doctor, I have some supplementary research I've done here. Now, it was released for the Nintendo Switch on February 29th, 2024. But according to MobyGames.com, it was released in the Nintendo Switch version in Japan was released on February the 22nd, 2024. Core gameplay and content. Puzzle mechanics. The game features over 30 levels of relaxing, tile sliding, or jigsaw-style puzzles. Character gallery. Completing puzzles unlocks artwork of pretty anime girls, over 30 in total, that can be viewed in an in-game gallery. Visual style. The game uses quote-unquote ecchi, ECCHI style artwork, typically featuring scantily clad anime characters. Technical details. Developer/publisher, published by Pakotime. File size approximately 198 megabytes. Supported languages including Japanese, American English, French, German, Italian, Spanish, Korean, and Chinese. Simplified/traditional. Play modes. Supports TV mode, tabletop mode, and handheld mode. Critical reception. Reputation. Reviews often describe it as a quote-unquote low quality or quote-unquote cash grab title due to its extremely simple, repetitive gameplay and limited unique assets. Content warning. While the title uses the word quote-unquote hentai, the Switch version is restricted to sexualized imagery, ecchi, rather than explicit adult content to meet Nintendo eShop guidelines. And finally, on our list of 2024 games for this day, we have Beast, Bio Exo Arena Suit Team. For the iPhone, version 1.2.1. A mobile arena combat title showcasing ongoing live service patch support in early 2024. (2024) in perspective. What defined early 2024? Indie dominance across multiple storefronts. VR continuing to diversify in genre. Cozy, low-stress gameplay thriving. Strategy revivals appealing to niche but loyal audiences. Franchise nostalgia remaining commercially viable. Digital storefronts fully normalized as primary distribution. 2 years later, we can clearly see 2024 as a transitional phase, not dominated by one mega genre, but defined by a diversity and experimentation. Well, that's all the time we have for this episode of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. I hope you enjoyed our selection of games and industry moments from 2024 for this day on Sunday, February the 22nd, 2026. Next time, who knows where the time warp will land? Until then, keep gaming, keep exploring history, and remember, every year in gaming tells a story. I'm your host, Jeremy from Video Gamers Oasis, and this has been another episode of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. Make sure to click the subscribe button to be notified of future episodes and send some likes and feedback in the comment section. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Welcome back, everyone, to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the show where we spin the wheel of time and land on a random year in video game history. In today's episode, we're heading back to 2020, a year that reshaped the gaming landscape in ways few could have predicted. We'll explore a major first-party Nintendo revival, strategy warfare on PC, mobile life simulators rising in popularity, early access synth-wave driving games, visual novel royalty drama, and indie puzzlers, retro throwbacks, and more. But before we jump into today's time warp destination, it's quiz time. Video Game Quiz number 5 from Episode 5, 2024 review. All right, listeners, let's test your memory of Episode 5, where we explored early 2024 in gaming history. Trivia Challenge. Question number 1. Early 2024 saw continued consolidation across which tier of publishers? Time's up. The answer is mid-tier publishers. Question number 2. Which 2 platforms were highlighted for strong indie launches? Time's up. The answer is itch.io and Steam Early Access. Question number 3. VR content in early 2024 expanded beyond horror into what two experience types? Time's up. The answer is exploration and social experiences. Question number 4. What monetization strategy became increasingly common post-launch in 2024? Time's up. The answer is Deluxe editions. Question number 5. Which console maintained strong third-party digital support in 2024? Time's up. The answer is Nintendo Switch. Moving on to question number 6. What distribution strategy became standard practice across the industry in 2024? Time's up. The answer is cross-platform digital launches. Now it's time for the featured games trivia segment for February 2024. Question number 7. Which puzzle strategy game launched on Steam featuring... Question number 7. Which puzzle strategy game launched on Steam featured political, demonic diplomacy? Time's up. The answer is Solleium Infernum. Question number 8. Which paranormal road survival game launched on Steam in February 2024? Time's up. The answer is Pacific Drive. Moving on to question number 9. Which VR title brought the Upside Down to Meta Quest? Time's up. The answer is Stranger Things VR. Question number 10. Which nostalgic Japanese variety show based game returned on Nintendo Switch? Time's up. The answer is Game Center CX, Areno no Chuzen Ju 1+2 replay. We have question number 11 now. Which indie browser game launched via itch.io in February 2024? Time's up. The answer is Cove Chrome. Finally, question number 12. Which SCP-themed title launched in Steam Early Access? Time's up. The answer is SCP, the Expedition. Now it's time for the bonus lightning round. Fast answers only. Which VR sandbox launched on MetaQuest? Answer: NoClip VR. Which Sokoban-inspired chemistry puzzle released on Linux? Answer: Sokoban Express. Which life simulation game launched on Xbox One? Answer: Garden Life. Which Shin-Chan title launched in Japan on Switch? Answer: Shin-Chan, Shiro and the Coal Town. How many did you get correct? Leave your answers in the comment section below. Now it's time for the Video Game History Years segment of our program for Friday, March the 6th, 2026. Big shout out to mobygames.com for the list of game years in history and the games that are listed for Friday, March the 6th, 2026. Now it's time to load our historical years into the randomizers. Now it's time to load our historical years into the randomizer. It's time to compute the years into the randomizer after this short break.
Video game history years for March the 6th. 2026. And on this day of Friday, we have 1987, 39 years ago. 1990, 36 years ago. 1991, 35 years ago. 1992, 34 years ago. 1995, 31 years ago. 1996, 30 years ago. 1997, 29 years ago. 1998, 28 years ago. 1999, 27 years ago. 2000, 26 years ago. 2001, 25 years ago. 2002, 24 years ago. 2003, 23 years ago. 2006, 20 years ago. 2007, 19 years ago. 2008, 18 years ago. 2009, 17 years ago. 2010, 16 years ago. 2011, 15 years ago. 2012, 14 years ago. 2013, 13 years ago. 2014, 12 years ago. 2015, 11 years ago. 2016, 10 years ago. 2017, 9 years ago. 2018, 8 years ago. 2019, 7 years ago. 2020, 6 years ago. 2021, 5 years ago. 2022, 4 years ago. 2023, 3 years ago. 2024, 2 years ago. And finally, 2025, 1 year ago. Now it's time to compute these years into the randomizer, and we'll spin the wheel right after this short break.
All right, we're back. And I'm talking normally now. Now it's time to spin the wheel. Round and round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the time warp stops on 2020, 6 years ago. We're about to jump back 6 years right after this brief break. We're back. Video game history for Friday, March the 6th. The year is 2020. Let's travel to the year 2020 together. Industry news snapshot. Early March 2020. The global pandemic was beginning to disrupt physical retail distribution. Digital storefronts saw rising engagement. Remote development workflows began accelerating across studios. Nintendo prepared for one of its biggest first-party launches of the generation. Steam Early Access continued thriving as an indie incubation platform. Game release highlights. Here we have some games for this day on March the 6th. 2026 for the year 2020. We have Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX for the Nintendo Switch, Japan. Download release. A full remake of the 2005 Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS titles. This dungeon crawling RPG reintroduced players to a watercolor inspired art style and emotional storytelling. It demonstrated Nintendo's growing interest in revitalizing legacy spin-offs during the Switch era. Next game on our list, we have Frontline Panzer Blitzkrieg for the Steam on the Windows. Worldwide, a hex-based tactical World War II strategy title continuing the Frontline series. Appealed to hardcore PC war strategy fans seeking turn-based battlefield simulation. The next game on our list is Smart City Plan for the Steam on Windows worldwide. A city building simulation tapping into infrastructure management trends, reflecting players' fascination with logistics and planning during uncertain global times. Next game on our list is Yes, Your Grace. GOG or GOG for the Windows worldwide. A pixel art medieval kingdom management RPG, where every choice affected your family and realm. Emotional storytelling combined with strategic resource allocation made this an indie standout. Next game on our list is Retro Wave. Steam Early Access. Windows worldwide. A neon-soaked synth-wave driving experience inspired by 1980s outrun aesthetics. Early access allowed community feedback to shape its direction. Next game on our list is Murder by Numbers for Steam on Windows, Collector's Edition. A hybrid visual novel and Picross puzzle game, blending mystery storytelling with logic challenges, complete with retro anime vibes. Next game on our list is Idle Life Sim for Google Play on the Android worldwide. Part of the expanding idle simulation trend on mobile, allowing players to build careers and lifestyles passively. Next game on our list is Touch Drawn for the iPhone worldwide. An experimental, hand-drawn visual experience emphasizing tactile design and artistic minimalism. Next game on our list we have is Troubleshooter for the Nintendo Switch, multi-region download. A tactical RPG expanding its reach beyond PC to console audiences, showing globalization of strategy RPGs. Next game on our list is Breeder Homegrown Director's Cut for the PS Vita, United Kingdom. A late life PS Vita Director's Cut release, reminding us that Sony's Handheld still received niche digital support in 2020. The next game on our list we have is Choco Pixel 3 for the Steam, Windows, worldwide. A pixel-based casual puzzle title continuing the minimalist logic game tradition on PC storefronts. The second last game on our list is The Fire Lord for Steam on Windows, worldwide. An indie fantasy action title blending magic and side-scrolling combat. And for our last game on our list is Villandia for Steam, Linux, worldwide. A lesser-known Linux release highlighting continued platform diversity within Steam's ecosystem. Leave your comments if you're a Steam Linux gamer in the comment section below. "2020 in Perspective," March the 6th, 2020 shows us a gaming industry transitioning rapidly toward digital-first distribution, supporting multiple ecosystems: Switch, Steam, mobile, and VR, thriving in indie development spaces, reviving nostalgic franchises, and embracing early access as a growth model. From dungeon crawling Pokémon rescues to neon highway synth drives, 2020 was a year of both comfort, gaming, and creative experimentation. Well, that's all the time we have for this episode of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. I hope you enjoyed our selection of games and industry moments from 2020 for this day on Friday, March the 6th, 2026. Would you kindly please like this episode and subscribe to this channel to be notified of future episodes? Make sure to share this episode with friends who enjoy video game history. See you next time on what is it? Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer with your host, Jeremy from Video Gamers Oasis. Bye for now. Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer Podcast, Season 1, Episode 7, dated Sunday, March the 15th, 2026. Welcome back, everyone, to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the show where we spin the wheel of time and land on a random year in video game history. Every episode, we load dozens of historical years into the randomizer, spin the wheel, and wherever it lands, we explore the games, industry, news, and technological trends that shaped that moment in gaming. In today's episode, we're heading back to 2005, a fascinating year during the transition between the 6th and 7th console generations. This was a time when the Xbox, PlayStation 2, and GameCube were still dominating living rooms. The PlayStation Portable was beginning to redefine handheld gaming. PC strategy and simulation titles were thriving. And digital distribution was quietly beginning to change the future of gaming forever. This was a time when the Xbox, PlayStation 2, and GameCube were still dominating living rooms. The PlayStation Portable was beginning to redefine handheld gaming. PC strategy and simulation titles were thriving. And digital distribution was quietly beginning to change the future of gaming forever. Today, we'll explore games like Act of War, Direct Action, Brothers in Arms, Road to Hill 30, Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, Tony Hawk's Underground 2, Remax, Musashi, Samurai Legend. But before we jump into today's time warp destination, it's quiz time. Video Game Quiz number 6 from Episode 6, 2020 Review. Alright listeners, last episode we traveled back to early 2020, a moment when the gaming industry was beginning to adapt to a rapidly changing world. Let's see how well you remember the games and industry events we discussed. Trivia Challenge segment. Video game history, news, quiz questions. Question number 1. In early 2020, global events began disrupting physical game retail. What alternative distribution method rapidly increased in importance? A. cartridge manufacturing. B. Digital storefront downloads. C. Arcade cabinets. Or D. Mail order game catalogs. Time's up. The answer is B. Digital storefront downloads. Question number 2. Which platform saw major engagement as players stayed home and purchased games digitally? A. Steam. B. MySpace Games. C. Sega Channel. Or D. Game Tap. Time's up. The answer is A. Steam. Moving on to question number 3. Which indie development model allowed unfinished games to be sold while players provided feedback during development? A. Beta flash sales. B. Steam Early Access. C. Game Pass Preview. Or D. Developer Subscription. Time's up. The answer is B. Steam Early Access. Question number 4. Which game remade the original 2005 Pokémon Mystery Dungeon titles with a watercolor-inspired art style? Time's up. The answer is Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. Question number 5. Which indie kingdom management RPG forced players to balance family decisions and royal responsibilities? Time's up. The answer is yes, your grace. Question number 6. Which neon-soaked driving game embraced 1980s synth wave aesthetics during its early access period? Time's up. The answer is retro wave. Question number 7. Which puzzle mystery game combined visual novel storytelling with Picross style puzzles? Time's up. The answer is Murder by Numbers. Question number 8. Which mobile idle simulation game allowed players to build careers and lifestyles passively? Time's up. The answer is Idle Life Sim. Question number 9. Which experimental iPhone release emphasized hand-drawn art and tactile interaction? Time's up. The answer is touch drawn. Question number 10. Which late generation handheld still received niche digital releases like Breeder Homegrown Director's Cut? Time's up. The answer is PlayStation Vita. Bonus lightning round. Fast answers only. Ready? Let's begin. Which storefront is most associated with indie PC releases? Answer: Steam. Which genre uses grid-based puzzles? Revealed by numbers. Answer: Picross. Which gaming device dominated mobile gaming in 2020? Answer: smartphones. Which art style is associated with neon sunsets and retro sports cars? Answer, synthwave / retro wave. Which platform popularized community-driven game development feedback? Answer, Steam Early Access. How many did you get correct? Leave your answers in the comment section below. Video game history years. Now it's time to load our historical years into the randomizer. 1987, 39 years ago. 1991, 35 years ago. 1993, 33 years ago. 1995, 31 years ago. 1997, 29 years ago. 1999, 27 years ago. 2001, 25 years ago. 2002, 24 years ago. 2003, 23 years ago. 2004, 22 years ago. 2005, 21 years ago. 2006, 20 years ago. 2007, 19 years ago. 2008, 18 years ago. 2009, 17 years ago. 2010, 17 years ago. 2011, 15 years ago. 2012, 14 years ago. 2013, 13 years ago. 2014, 12 years ago. 2015, 11 years ago. 2016, 10 years ago. 2017, 9 years ago. 2018, 8 years ago. 2019, 7 years ago. 2020, 6 years ago. 2021, 5 years ago. 2022, 4 years ago. 2023, 3 years ago. 2024, 2 years ago. And finally, 2025, 1 year ago today. Big thanks goes to MobyGames.com for helping preserve video game history. Okay, we're back. Now it's time to spin the wheel. Round and round she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows. And the time warp stops on 2005. 21 years ago. We're about to jump back in time right after this brief break. We're back. Video game history for Sunday, March the 15th, the year 2005. Let's travel to the year 2005. Industry News Snapshot, March 2005. In March of 2005, the gaming industry was approaching a major technological transition. Microsoft was preparing to launch the Xbox 360 later that year, kicking off the next generation of consoles. Meanwhile, the PlayStation 2 continued dominating global sales. Sony PlayStation's Portable had recently launched in North America. A Nintendo DS was gaining popularity with its dual screen design. Online gaming was also expanding rapidly. Xbox Live was becoming a major feature of console gaming, while PC platforms continued building communities around multiplayer strategy and first-person shooters. Digital downloads were still in their infancy, but PC developers were already experimenting with direct distribution models that would later evolve into platforms like Steam. Meanwhile, developers were pushing cinematic storytelling, improved AI, and more immersive 3D environments. 2005 would become one of the final great years of the PlayStation 2 era before the industry fully transitioned into HD gaming. Game release highlights. First of all, we have Act of War, Direct Action, Windows, available in the United States and Canada. A modern warfare real-time strategy game inspired by geopolitical thrillers. Players commanded military units across global conflict zones, combining base-building strategy with cinematic storytelling. Next on our list of games, we have Kill Monty for Macintosh Worldwide, a quirky puzzle strategy game where players attempted to outwit the mischievous Monty through clever level design and experimentation. Next, we have Freedom Force versus the Third Reich for Windows, United States. A comic book inspired tactical RPG featuring superhero teams battling alternate history Nazi villains. It blended action combat with colorful storytelling reminiscent of classic Silver Age comics. Next on our list of games, we have The Sims Expansion Collection for Windows, United States. This compilation gathered multiple expansions for the enormously popular Life Simulation franchise. By 2005, The Sims had become one of the best-selling PC series of all time. Next, we have Cold Fear for Xbox, United States. A survival horror title set aboard a drifting Russian whaling ship. Its stormy ocean setting and unstable camera physics created a uniquely tense atmosphere. Next on our list is Tony Hawk's Underground 2 Remix, PlayStation Portable, United States, and Canada. This handheld adaptation brought skateboarding chaos to the PSP with new levels and portable multiplayer challenges. Next game on our list is Bowling Master, Windows Mobile, worldwide. One of the early examples of casual gaming experiences on mobile devices, years before smartphones dominated the market. Next game on our list is TMNT, Mutant Melee, Xbox, United States. A multiplayer brawler starring the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, focusing on arena combat and cooperative play. Next game on our list is Baseball Mogul 2006, Windows worldwide. A deep sports management simulator allowing players to control every aspect of a baseball franchise, from finances to player trades. Next game on our list, we have Sango Kushi Taisen Arcade, Japan. A hybrid arcade strategy card game combining physical collectible cards with digital battlefield game play. It became a major arcade success in Japan. Next game on our list, we have Musashi Samurai Legend for the PlayStation 2, Canada. A cel-shaded action RPG continuing the adventures of legendary swordsman Musashi. It emphasized fast combat, anime storytelling, and colorful world design. Next game on our list, we have Super Monkey Ball Deluxe for the PlayStation 2, United States. A collection of the beloved puzzle platformer series where players guide monkeys inside transparent balls through obstacle courses. The game featured hundreds of challenging stages and multiplayer mini games. For our last game on our list, we have Brothers in Arms, Road to Hill 30, Windows, United States. One of the most realistic tactical World War II shooters of its time. Instead of run and gun gameplay, players commanded squad tactics inspired by real historical events during the Normandy invasion. "2005 in Perspective" Looking back, 2005 was a pivotal bridge between gaming generations. It was the final peak of the PlayStation 2 era, while new hardware was beginning to reshape the industry. Key trends included the rise of online multiplayer services, the growth of portable gaming with PSP and Nintendo DS, continued strength of PC strategy and simulation games, early experiments in digital distribution. Many developers were also beginning to focus more heavily on cinematic storytelling and realistic graphics, trends that would define the HD console era. In many ways, 2005 marked the end of one generation and the beginning of another. Well, that's all the time we have for this episode of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. I hope you enjoyed our selection of games and industry moments from 2005 for this day on Sunday, March the 15th, 2026. If you enjoyed this episode, please like, subscribe, and share the show with friends who love video game history. And remember, the next spin of the wheel could land on any year in gaming history. Until next time, keep playing, keep exploring, and keep traveling through the time warp. Bye for now. Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer Podcast, Season 1, Episode 8, dated Saturday, March the 21st, 2026. Welcome back, everyone, to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the show where we spin the wheel of time and land on a random year in video game history. In today's episode, we're heading back to 2004 and 1984 and 1999. We'll explore a tactical shooter expansion that reshaped competitive PC gaming. Early experimental computer games from the 1980s. A beloved photography-based Pokémon adventure, and a quirky sci-fi comedy from Eastern Europe. But before we jump into today's time warp destination, it's quiz time! Video Game Quiz number 7 from Episode 7, 2005 review. Alright listeners, let's test your memory. This is the Trivia Challenge segment for Video Game History news quiz questions for March 15th, 2005. What major gaming trend was gaining momentum in 2005? Here are the selections. Was it A, motion controls, B, online multiplayer gaming, C, virtual reality, or D, cloud gaming? Time's up. The answer is B, online multiplayer gaming. Question number 2. Which company was preparing for the launch of the Xbox 360 later in 2005? Time's up. The answer is Microsoft Corp. Question number 3. What handheld console continued dominating the market in early 2005? Time's up. The answer is the Nintendo Game Boy Advance, brackets GBA for short. Moving on to the game release trivia for March 15th, 2025. Question number 4. We have Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX is a remake of games originally released on which 2 platforms? Time's up. The answer is Game Boy Advance and the Nintendo DS. Question number 5. In Frontline Panzer Blitzkrieg, what historical setting inspires the gameplay? Time's up. The answer is the gameplay of Frontline Panzer Blitzkrieg is inspired by the Eastern Front of World War II, specifically the German military's armored campaigns against the Soviet Union between 1941 and 1945. Question number 6. Yes, Your Grace places players in what role? Here are the selections. A. Knight. B. King. C. Merchant. D. Spy. Time's up. The answer is B. King. And an extra point goes to you if you guess the name King Eric of Davern. Question number 7. What visual style is retro wave inspired by? Time's up. The answer is an idealized, futuristic 1980s aesthetic. Inspired by synthwave, heavily inspired by synthwave music culture neon visuals, and retro futuristic themes. So a point for you if you got any of those items there. Question number 8. Murder by Numbers combines detective gameplay with which puzzle genre? Time's up. The answer is kind of puzzling in itself. It's a weird name. The terminology is nonogram puzzle genre, brackets, also known as Picross, comma, paint by numbers, comma, or griddlers. So I'll point to you for any of those points that you've answered with. Question number 9. Idle Life Sim belongs to what popular mobile gaming genre? Time's up. The answer is simulation and idle/incremental mobile gaming genres, specifically categorized as a life simulation or virtual dollhouse game. So a point to you for any of those points that you've mentioned, that I've mentioned as well. Question number 10. On which platform would you play Touch Drawn? Time's up. The answer for platforms is available on mobile platforms including iOS and Android. Question number 11. Troubleshooter blends turn-based combat with what RPG mechanic? Time's up. The answer for Troubleshooter is often described as a mix of XCOM combat, Final Fantasy Tactics, which I believe that uses turn-based combat, customization, and anime-style storytelling. Question number 12. Breeder homegrown. Director's Cut, released on which handheld console? Time's up. The answer is the PS Vita. Question number 13. What genre best describes Choco Pixel 3? Time's up. The answer is indie, casual, and simulation/strategy, also known as a minimalist 2D puzzle game. Question number 14. The Fire Lord likely falls under which classic gaming category? And here is the multiple choice. A. Puzzle. B. Action adventure, C. Racing, or D. Sports. Time's up. The answer is B. Action adventure. Question number 15. Volundia is notable for supporting which operating system? Time's up. The answer for Volundia is the Linux operating system within Steam's ecosystem. Now it's time for the bonus lightning round. Fast answers only. You ready? Let's begin. What year was the original Pokémon Snap released? Answer: 1999. Next question. What does DX usually mean in game titles? Answer: DX is an abbreviation for Deluxe. Next question. What platform is Steam primarily used on? Answer: Steam is primarily used on PC, specifically supporting Windows, Mac OS, and Linux operating systems. Next question. What genre is Yes, Your Grace? Answer: Yes, Your Grace is a kingdom management RPG, adventure, and strategy game. Final question. What device runs Android games? Answer: Android games run natively on Android smartphones, tablets, and dedicated Android handheld consoles. For example, AYN, Odin 2, Retroid Pocket. How many did you get correct? Leave your answers in the comment section below. Now it's time for Video Game History Years for Saturday, March the 21st, 2026. Now it's time to load our historical years into the randomizer. And the following years for Saturday, March 21st, 2026. I'll speed them up to reduce boredom. Here they are. 1972, 54 years ago. 1982, 44 years ago. 1984, 42 years ago. 1989, 37 years ago. 1991, 35 years ago. 1995, 31 years ago. 1996, 30 years ago. 1997, 29 years ago. 1999, 27 years ago. 2000, 26 years ago. 2001, 25 years ago. 2002, 24 years ago. 2003, 23 years ago. 2004, 22 years ago. 2005, 21 years ago. 2006, 20 years ago. 2007, 19 years ago. 2008, 18 years ago. 2009, 17 years ago. 2010, 16 years ago. 2011, 15 years ago. 2012, 14 years ago. 2013, 13 years ago. 2014, 12 years ago. 2015, 11 years ago. 2016, 10 years ago. 2017, 9 years ago. 2018, 8 years ago. 2019, 7 years ago. 2020, 6 years ago. 2021, 5 years ago. 2022, 4 years ago. 2023, 3 years ago. 2024, 2 years ago. And finally, 2025, 1 year ago in video game history. Big thanks to mobygames.com for the historical data. All right, now it's time to spin the wheel. Here we go. Round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the time warp stops on 2004. Well, this is a good video game to discuss here. We only have one video game in this year of 2004, so we'll add another spin for some more content of our podcast. Let's spin the wheel a second time. Round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the wheel stops on 1984. All right, we got two different video games on this year, and this is not going to be enough for our podcast, so we're going to give it one more spin to balance this episode out, just for a little bit more content. Let's spin the wheel one more time, a third time. Round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the wheel stops on the year 1999. We've got a list of nice games to talk about from 3 different years, right after the short break. All right, we're back with some video game history, starting with the year 2004. Industry News Snapshot, March 21st, 2004. Online multiplayer gaming was rapidly expanding thanks to broadband internet. PC gaming communities were thriving with mods and competitive shooters. Valve's ecosystem was growing, paving the way for digital distribution dominance. Game release highlight. We have Counter-Strike Condition 0 for the Windows, PC, USA. Here's a summary of this game. A standalone installment in the Counter-Strike series, Condition 0 offered both single-player missions and updated multiplayer content. It aimed to bring narrative structure to a game known primarily for competitive play. Here's some trivia on this game. Development was handed between multiple studios before release. Included quote-unquote deleted scenes and campaign-style mode. And finally, it built on the Gold SRC engine, like earlier Counter-Strike versions. Moving on to the next year in our journey through video game history, the year 1984. Industry News Snapshot, March 21st, 1984. The video game crash of 1983 was still impacting North America. Home computers were becoming more popular for gaming than consoles, and developers experimented with new formats on systems like Unix and European PCs. Game release highlights. Our first game of 1984 we're going to discuss is called Robots. Brackets Unix mainframe computer. Summary. A text-based or simple graphical game where players avoided or destroyed robots in a grid-like environment. Here's some trivia about this game. Often played on university systems, it inspired many later quote-unquote survival arena mechanics. Our next video game of 1984, we have Azuda for the Philips P2000, Netherlands. Here's a summary of this game. A lesser-known European computer game, likely featuring arcade-style gameplay tailored to the Philips P2000 system. Now for some trivia on this game. Trivia. Represents early European game development. Shows the diversity of regional computing platforms in the 1980s. Now for our last year in video game history for this episode, we have the year 1999. Industry News Snapshot, March 21st, 1999. The gaming industry was transitioning into 3D graphics dominance. Nintendo 64 and PlayStation were leading the console market. Pokémon's global popularity was exploding. Game release highlights. We have Pokémon Snap for the Nintendo 64, Japan. Here's a summary of this game. A unique on-rails photography game where players capture pictures of Pokémon in their natural habitats. Trivia. One of the first games focused entirely on photography mechanics. It used special kiosks in stores to print photos. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Moving on to the second video game of 1999 for this day, we have Red Comrades, Save the Galaxy, Reloaded, Windows, Russia. Summary. A humorous point-and-click adventure game filled with satire, sci-fi elements, and absurd storytelling. Trivia. Gained cult status in Russia, known for its quirky humor and unconventional narrative. Video game history in perspective. 2004 in gaming. A turning point for online multiplayer and mod-driven communities. Competitive shooters and PC gaming ecosystems grew rapidly. 1984 in gaming. A rebuilding era after the crash. Innovation shifted toward computers, laying groundwork for future genres. 1999 in gaming. A golden era of creativity with 3D gaming evolving and experimental ideas like photography gameplay emerging. Well, that's all the time we have for our episode of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. I hope you enjoyed our journey through the years 2004, 1984, and 1999. Three very different eras that shaped gaming in unique ways. If you enjoyed this episode, please like, subscribe, and share with fellow gaming history fans. Until next time, when we spin again into the unknown of the Time Warp Randomizer. Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer Audio Podcast. Season 1, Episode 9. Dated Sunday, March the 29th, 2026. Welcome back, everyone, to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the show where we spin the wheel of time and land on a random year in video game history. In today's episode, we're heading back to 2014, a fascinating year where indie creativity surged, experimental ideas thrived, and digital distribution continued to reshape the industry. Today, we'll explore a mysterious sci-fi adventure beneath the surface of Mars, a unique indie bundle that challenged traditional game distribution, a quirky lifeguard simulation with arcade roots, and a tense, puzzle-driven escape experience. But before we jump into today's time warp destination, it's quiz time. All right, listeners, let's test your memory. This is for video game quiz number 8, episode 8, 2005 review. It's time for your video game history trivia challenge. I'll ask you the question. You've got 21 seconds, then I'll reveal the answer. Now, this is the video game history news quiz segment. Question number 1 for the year 2004. In 2004, what type of internet technology helped online multiplayer gaming rapidly expand? Time's up. The answer is broadband internet. Moving on to question number 2. For the year 2004. Which type of PC gaming scene was thriving thanks to mods and competitive gameplay? Time's up. The answer is competitive shooter communities. Moving on to question number 3. For the year 2004, which company's growing ecosystem in 2004 helped pave the way for digital distribution dominance? Time's up. The answer is Valve. Moving on to question number 4. For the year 1984. What major industry event was still impacting North America in 1984? Time's up. The answer is the video game crash of 1983. Moving on to question number 5 for the year 1984. In 1984, what platform was becoming more popular than consoles for gaming? Time's up. The answer is home computers. Moving on to question number 6 for the year 1984. Developers in 1984 experimented with games on Unix, UNIX, systems, and what regional type of PCs? Time's up. The answer is European PCs. Moving on to question number 7 for the year 1999. What geographical shift was dominating the gaming industry in 1999? Time's up. The answer is 3D graphics. Moving on to question number 8 for the year 1999. Which two consoles were leading the market in 1999? Time's up. The answer is Nintendo 64 and PlayStation. Moving on to question number 9 for the year 1999. Which franchise was exploding in global popularity in 1999? Time's up. The answer is Pokémon. Moving on to question number 10 in our video game release trivia section. Question number 10. Which 2004 game attempted to add a single player narrative to a traditionally multiplayer shooter? Time's up. The answer is Counter-Strike, Condition 0. Moving on to question number 11. What special campaign-style mode was included in Condition 0? Time's up. The answer is deleted scenes. Moving on to question number 12. What game engine powered Counter-Strike Condition 0? Time's up. The answer is Gold SRC engine. Moving on to question number 13. For 1984 style gaming, the question is, what type of environment did early robot survival games typically take place in? Time's up. The answer is a grid-like environment. Moving on to question number 14. Where were early robot survival games often played? Time's up. The answer is University Computer Systems. Moving on to question number 15. Which lesser-known game was released for the Philips P2000 in the Netherlands? Time's up. The answer is Azuda. Moving on to question number 16. Which 1999 Nintendo 64 game focused entirely on photographing creatures? Time's up. The answer is Pokémon Snap. Moving on to question number 17. What unique real-world feature did Pokémon Snap use in stores? Time's up. The answer is photo printing kiosks. Moving on to question number 18. Which Russian point-and-click adventure game became a cult hit for its humor? Time's up. The answer is Red Comrades. Save the Galaxy. Reloaded. Bonus lightning round. Fast answers only. No thinking, just instinct. Broadband or dial-up? Which powered 2004 multiplayer growth? Answer, broadband. 1984, consoles or home computers rising? Answers, home computers. 1999, 2D or 3D dominance? Answer, 3D. Valve is known for what future shift? Answer, digital distribution. Pokemon Snap. Gameplay focus? Answer, photography. Counter-Strike. Condition 0 added what mode type? Answer, single-player missions. Early robot games. Chaos or Grid? Answer, Grid. Nintendo 64 competitor in 1999? Answer, PlayStation. So, how many did you get right? Did you ace it? Or do you need a little more time in the history time warp? Drop your score in the comments. We want to hear from you. Video game history years for Sunday, March the 29th, 2026. Now it's time to load our historical years into the randomizer. For Sunday, March 29th, 2026. 1987, 39 years ago. 1988, 38 years ago. 1999, 36 years ago. 1991, 35 years ago. 1993, 33 years ago. 1996, 30 years ago. 1998, 28 years ago. 1999, 27 years ago. 2000, 26 years ago. 2001, 25 years ago. 2002, 24 years ago. 2003, 23 years ago. 2004, 22 years ago. 2005, 21 years ago. 2006, 20 years ago. 2007, 19 years ago. 2008, 18 years ago. 2009, 17 years ago. 2010, 16 years ago. 2011, 15 years ago. 2012, 14 years ago. 2013, 13 years ago. 2014, 12 years ago. 2016, 10 years ago. 2017, 9 years ago. 2018, 8 years ago. 2019, 7 years ago. 2020, 6 years ago. 2021, 5 years ago. 2022, 4 years ago. 2023, 3 years ago. 2024, 2 years ago. And finally, 2025, 1 year ago. Big thanks to MobyGames.com for historical data. Now it's time to spin the wheel. All right, here we go. Round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the time warp stops on 2014. We'll take a short break and we will search the video game history for the year 2014. All right, we're back with video game history research for the year 2014. Industry News Snapshot for March 29th, 2014. In March 2014, the gaming industry was in the middle of a major transition. The PlayStation 4 and Xbox One were still in their early life cycle. Indie games were thriving thanks to digital storefronts like Steam and Xbox Live Arcade. Crowdfunding and experimental game design were reshaping how games were made and distributed. It was a time where smaller developers could take big creative risks. And today's featured games reflect exactly that. Now it's time for the game release highlights. Our first video game deep dive on our list is Lifeguard. Platform, Xbox 360. Brackets, XNA, Indie. Here's the summary of this game. Lifeguard is a lighthearted, simulation-style arcade game where players take on the role of a beach lifeguard. Your job? Patrol the shoreline, rescue struggling swimmers, and manage chaotic beach scenarios. The gameplay blends reflex-based mechanics with humorous situations, creating a casual yet engaging experience. Trivia. Released through the Xbox Live Indie Games program, part of the era when small developers could publish directly on consoles. Known for its quirky premise and simple but addictive gameplay loop. Our second video game deep dive in history is the Pirate Bay Bundle. Platform, Windows. Here's the summary. This wasn't just a game. It was a statement. The Pirate Bay bundle was a collection of indie games released together as a response to traditional distribution models. It embraced digital sharing culture while still encouraging support for developers. Trivia. Released via the Pirate Bay platform itself. Highlighted debates around piracy versus accessibility. And included multiple indie titles experimenting with gameplay and storytelling. Our third video game deep dive into the year 2014 is Mines of Mars, brackets V1.06. Platform, iPad. Summary: Mines of Mars is a side-scrolling sci-fi exploration game set deep beneath the Martian surface. Players mine resources, uncover secrets, battle strange creatures, and slowly unravel a mysterious narrative hidden underground. Trivia. Blends mining mechanics with Metroidvania-style exploration. Features procedural elements for replayability. And it was praised for its atmosphere and sense of discovery. Our fourth video game deep dive into the year 2014 is Entrament. Platform, Windows. Summary. Entrament is a tense puzzle and escape style game where players must navigate confined spaces, solve environmental puzzles, and avoid deadly traps. It focuses on logic, timing, and careful observation. Trivia. Inspired by classic escape room concepts, emphasizes minimalism and player intuition, and it is known for its challenging design and trial and error gameplay. Perspective. 2014 in gaming. Looking back in 2014, it's clear this was a year where creativity took center stage. While major consoles pushed forward with next-gen hardware, indie developers were redefining what games could be, from experimental bundles to atmospheric exploration games, to quirky simulations and intense puzzle experiences. 2014 proved that innovation doesn't require massive budgets, just bold ideas. Well, that's all the time we have for this episode of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. I hope you enjoyed our journey through March 29th, 2014, a day that reflects a turning point where independent voices grew louder and gaming became more diverse, experimental, and unpredictable more than ever before. From the beaches of Lifeguard to the depths of Mines of Mars to the rebellious spirit of the Pirate Bay bundle. This movement in time reminds us that gaming history isn't just built by giants. It's shaped by creators willing to try something different. If you enjoyed this episode, would you be so kind as to like, subscribe, and share with your fellow gaming history fans? I would really appreciate that. Until next time, we spin again in the video game history time warp randomizer. Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer Audio Podcast Season 1 Episode 10 Dated Sunday, April the 5th, 2026. Welcome back, everyone, to Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer, the show where we spin the wheel of time and land on a random year in gaming history. In today's episode, wishing you a happy Easter weekend if you're enjoying it so far, we're heading back to the year 2000. Today, we'll explore Opsis for Windows, a lesser-known experimental PC title that leans heavily into system-based interaction and abstract design. And we also explore the year 2012. The video games we'll explore for that year will be An Assassin in Orlandis, Auxilian Magi, Die 2 G, Super Robot Tizen Z Seizen Hen, Vidiot Game, Kido Senshi Gundam, Extreme vs. Full Boost, Deadly 30, Colors 3D, Ice Age Village, and many more. But before we jump into today's time warp destination, it's that time again. It's quiz time. Video game quiz number 9 from episode 9, 2014 review. All right, listeners, let's test your memory. This is the Trivia Challenge segment. Video game history news quiz for March 29th, 2014. You've got 21 seconds. Let's go. For each question. Question number 1. Which two major consoles were still early in their life cycle in March 2014? Time's up! The answer is PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Question number 2. What types of developers were thriving thanks to platforms like Steam and Xbox Live Arcade? Time's up. The answer is indie developers. Question number 3. What funding method helped reshape game development in 2014? Time's up. The answer is crowdfunding. Now it's time for the game release trivia for March 29th, 2014. Question number 4. What was your main role in the game Lifeguard? Time's up. The answer is a beach lifeguard rescuing swimmers. Question number 5. What platform was Lifeguard released on? Time's up! The answer is Xbox 360, brackets XNA Indie Games. Question number 6. What made the Pirate Bay bundle unique? Time's up! The answer is, it was distributed via the Pirate Bay as a statement on digital sharing. Question number 7. What type of gameplay does Mines of Mars combine? Time's up! The answer is mining mechanics and Metroidvania style exploration. Moving on to question number 8. What kind of experience does Entrapment focus on? Time's up! The answer is puzzle solving and escape room gameplay. Bonus lightning round! Fast answers only. First question. What planet is Mines of Mars set on? Answer, Mars. What kind of bundle was Pirate Bay Bundle? Answer, Indie Game Collection. What's the main goal in Gomoku style games? Answer, 5 in a row. What type of game is Entrapment? Answer, puzzle. How many did you get correct? Let me know in the comments. Now it's time to compute our video game history years for Sunday, March 29th, 2026.
1982, 44 years ago. 1983, 43 years ago. 1985, 41 years ago. 1988, 38 years ago. 1991, 35 years ago. 1992, 34 years ago. 1996, 30 years ago. 1998, 28 years ago. 1999, 27 years ago. The year 2000, 26 years ago. 2001, 25 years ago. 2002, 24 years ago. 2003, 23 years ago. 2004, 22 years ago. 2005, 21 years ago. 2006, 20 years ago. 2007, 19 years ago. 2008, 18 years ago. 2009, 17 years ago. 2010, 16 years ago. 2011, 15 years ago. 2012, 14 years ago. 2013, 13 years ago. 2014, 12 years ago. 2015, 11 years ago. 2016, 10 years ago. 2017, 9 years ago. 2018, 8 years ago. 2019, 7 years ago. 2020, 6 years ago. 2021, 5 years ago. 2024, 2 years ago. And finally, the year 2025, 1 year ago.
We'll compute these numbers into the randomizer, and then we will roll out the year that we're going to review for in history of video gaming. Big thanks to mobygames.com for the historical data. Now it's time to spin the wheel. All right, here we go. Round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the time warp stops on the year 2000. This is a good start, but we need more content. Let's spin the wheel a second time. Round and round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows. And the wheel stops on the year 2012. Now that's a lineup. Let's take a quick break and dive in. We're going to research the video games of the years 2000 and 2012. We're back for video game history, the year 2000 in gaming. News flash. Breaking news for Sunday, April the 5th, 2000. PC gaming continues to expand with niche and experimental releases. Developers are exploring new software-driven experiences. The industry prepares for a new console generation. The video game highlight for the year 2000. Opsis for Windows. Someone has broken into the Museum of the History of Cypriot coinage, and all the rare coins have mysteriously vanished. Your mission is to travel back in time with your time machine to recover all 100 missing coins. In your quest, you will have the opportunity to visit 10 distinct historical periods in Cypriot history, ranging from 500 BC to 1960. Along the way, you will visit a variety of places such as a tomb, a temple, and a church, an amphitheater, and a fortified town. The player can visit the time periods in any order and pan around and zoom in and at the locations. The game offers a map of the museum that serves as a sort of encyclopedia of Cypriot history, as well as a clue book for the extensive puzzles. The game is a hybrid PC, Mac, and can be played in English and Greek. Opsis is a lesser-known experimental PC title that leans heavily into system-based interaction and abstract design. Gameplay and features focus on logic-driven systems, interface-heavy mechanics, emphasis on experimentation over action. Trivia reflects early indie-style development before indie was mainstream. Designed for niche PC audiences. Now we're going to research some video game history for the year 2012. Newsflash, top headlines. Gaming industry snapshot for Sunday, April the 5th, 2012. Next-gen momentum builds. The gaming world continues to anticipate the future as the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One generation looms on the horizon, even while current consoles are still going strong. Digital distribution is booming. Platforms like Steam and Xbox Live Arcade are redefining how games are bought and played, making it easier than ever before for players to access titles instantly. Indie developers on the rise. Smaller studios are gaining major attention, releasing creative and experimental games without the need for traditional publishers. Creative freedom expands. Developers are taking bold risks with gameplay, storytelling, and design, leading to a wave of unique and unconventional gaming experiences. Crowdfunding changes the game. New funding models are emerging, allowing players to directly support the games they want to see made. April the 5th, 2012, a huge day for game releases. Video game highlights for Sunday, April the 5th, 2012. Let's dive into some of the standout releases from this day in 2012. A fascinating mix of indie creativity, mobile experimentation, and major franchise powerhouses. First video game we're going to research is An Assassin in Orlandes, a stealth-driven mobile experience. An Assassin in Orlandes places players in the role of a shadowy operative navigating a politically tense city, blending narrative elements with stealth mechanics. Players must carefully time movements, avoid detection, and eliminate targets with precision. Trivia: early example of narrative stealth gameplay on mobile devices. Emphasized atmosphere and tension over action. Showcases the rise of story-focused mobile games in the early 2010s. Our next video game title we're going to research for 2012 is Auxilian Magi. This fantasy-themed XNA indie title mixes magic-based combat with action gameplay. Players harness elemental powers to battle enemies while progressing through mystical environments. Trivia: released through Xbox Live Indie Games. Reflects the era of experimental indie development on consoles. Combines RPG-style magic systems with arcade pacing. Our next title we're going to research is Super Robot Tizen Z Saisei Hen. Hope I pronounced that correctly. A massive tactical RPG crossover featuring iconic mechs from across anime history. Players command squads in grid-based battles while following an epic storyline filled with interwoven universes. Trivia: part of a long-running, highly respected strategy RPG series, known for its deep tactical gameplay and fan service storytelling. Features crossover characters from multiple anime franchises. Our next title in video gaming for 2012 is Vidiot Game. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Kind of sounds a little bit wacky name. An experimental indie title that leans heavily into chaotic humor and unpredictable gameplay, designed to surprise and confuse players in equal measure. Trivia: embraces absurdity as a core design philosophy. Reflects indie trends toward breaking traditional game structure, often compared to quote-unquote anti-games or satire titles. Our next video game for 2012 we're going to research is Gundam Extreme vs. Full Boost. A fast-paced arcade mech combat game focused on high-skill competitive play. Players battle in teams using iconic Gundam units, each with unique abilities. Trivia: built for arcade competition in Japan. Known for its deep mechanics and high skill ceiling. Became a fan favorite in the Gundam gaming community. Deadly 30, a hybrid of side-scrolling action and base building. Deadly 30 challenges players to survive waves of zombies while reinforcing defenses and scavenging resources. Trivia: developed by a small indie team, combines survival horror with crafting mechanics. Praised for its unique blend of genres. Our next title on our list is Colors 3D. More than just a game, Colors 3D is a powerful digital art tool that allows players to create and share drawings directly from their handheld console. Trivia. Features an active online art sharing community. Supports time-lapse playback of artwork creation. Widely regarded as one of the best drawing apps on handheld systems. Our next title on our list is Poacher, a gritty 2D platformer set in a dark medieval world. Players take on the role of a desperate hunter caught in a supernatural conflict. Trivia. Noted for its strong narrative tone and voice acting. Combines platforming with storytelling depth. Reflects indie focus on atmosphere and character.
Shall we begin?
Our next video game title for 2012 is Ice Age Village, a city-building mobile game based on the popular animated franchise. Players construct a thriving village while interacting with familiar characters. Trivia. Capitalize on the popularity of licensed mobile games. Features resource management and social elements. Designed for casual, long-term play sessions. Our next title on our list is Cafeteria Nipponica. I worked on pronouncing that correctly. A deep restaurant management simulator where players design menus, manage staff, and build a culinary empire. Trivia. Developed by a studio known for simulation games. Offers surprising depth for a mobile title. Focuses heavily on customization and progress. Our next title on our list is Mino Monsters, a creature collection mobile game inspired by monster battling classics. Players collect, train, and evolve creatures while exploring a vibrant world. Trivia. Part of the wave of Pokémon-inspired mobile games, includes social and multiplayer elements, emphasizes accessibility for younger audiences. Our next title on our list is Confrontation, a strategy-focused RPG with tactical combat mechanics. Players command units in carefully planned battles, requiring foresight and positioning. Trivia. Adapted from a tabletop-style strategy concept. Focuses on tactical depth over action. Appeals to hardcore strategy fans. Our next title on our list is Gabrielle's Monster Match, a casual puzzle game featuring monster-themed matching gameplay, designed for quick sessions and accessible fun. Trivia. Reflects the rise of match-style mobile games. Combines cute aesthetics with simple mechanics. Built for broad, casual audiences. Our next title of 2012 gaming on our list is Jigsaw Puzzle, a digital adaptation of the classic puzzle format, offering a relaxing and familiar gameplay experience. Trivia. One of the earliest widely adopted casual mobile genres. Offers customizable difficulty levels. Appeals to all age groups. Our next game title on our list is The Ice Temple, a browser-based puzzle platformer featuring physics-driven challenges. Players navigate icy environments, requiring precision and timing. Trivia. Designed for quick online play sessions. Combines platforming with environmental puzzles. Reflects the popularity of browser gaming in the early 2010s. Our next game on our list is 48 Chambers, an indie action game built around challenge-based progression. Players face increasingly difficult encounters that test skill and mastery. Trivia. Inspired by classic martial arts and challenge structures, focuses on short, intense gameplay segments, emphasizes replayability and improvement. And I'll do my very best to read accurately this final game on our list for April the 5th, 2012 games, and it is called 99 Kyofu no Daio to Hokagu no Megami. Leave your comments below to correct my pronunciation. A narrative-driven mobile game blending supernatural horror with school life storytelling. Players uncover mysteries tied to eerie events. Trivia. Combines horror themes with visual novel elements. Reflects Japan's strong mobile storytelling tradition. Focuses on atmosphere and suspense. Wow, what a lineup! 2012 really was a turning point where indie creativity, mobile innovation, and traditional gaming all collided in fascinating ways. Video gaming in perspective. 2000 in gaming. Looking back at the year 2000, we see an industry experimenting with ideas and preparing for a massive leap forward. It's a time of transition where creativity thrives in smaller, quieter releases. 2012 in gaming. Looking back at the year 2012, the industry is exploding with accessibility. Indie developers, mobile platforms, and digital storefronts are redefining what games can be and who can make them. Well, that's all the time we have for this episode of Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer. Today we explored April the 5th, the year 2000, a year of experimentation, and April 5th, 2012, a year of expansion and innovation. From obscure PC titles to a flood of indie and mobile creativity. This was a fascinating time warp. If you enjoyed this episode, would you be so kind as to like this video or this audio podcast, depending on how you're watching it? Also, hit and smash that subscribe button and share with your fellow gaming history fans who really enjoy this kind of content. I want more people to hear what I have to say and maybe share feedback and ideas. I do appreciate it. And we'll take a little break for this episode. We'll join me next time when we will actually start a brand new season, season 2. This is the last episode of season 1. Actually, we'll begin season 2 of this episode next time. And until next time, we spin again on the Video Game History Time Warp Randomizer.